manages to sneak away and free the ponies. As brave and strong as the dwarves are, the trolls are stronger, and soon the dwarves are captured. Stuffed into sacks, Bilbo and his friends can only wait while the trolls decide how they're going to cook their latest tasty prizes. Just as things are looking very bleak, the trolls start to argue with each other. In fact, they argue so much that they don't realise that it is getting light. With a shout, Gandalf suddenly appears on top of a nearby rock. He smashes his staff into the rock beneath his feet. As the rock cracks, the first rays of dawn spill through the hole and splash the trolls with sunlight, turning them to stone. Knowing that the trolls must have a hideout nearby, Thorin and Gandalf start to search. Soon they discover a hidden cave. They find 3 amazing swords, and it is clear that these weapons are something special. Gandalf, Thorin and Bilbo take one of the swords each and press on with their journey. As they leave the cave, the group hear a terrible sound. They are being hunted by ferocious wargs. Howling and gnashing their jaws, 2 of the enormous beasts come crashing out of the trees, ridden by bloodthirsty orcs. "Arm yourselves," cries Gandalf as the dwarves once more leap into battle. Swinging his new sword, Thorin cuts the head of a warg with one mighty blow and sends it crashing to the ground. Then, taking careful aim, Keely shoots a single arrow, fizzing through the air, and straight into the head of the other warg, killing it instantly. "We have to get out of here," cries Gandalf. "Follow me." With wargs snapping at their heels, Gandalf leads the group through the wilds and into the foothills of the Misty Mountains. As the enemies gain on them, Gandalf hurries the company into a hidden valley in the rocks, just in time. "Welcome to the last homely house east of the sea," says Gandalf. Bilbo and his friends have entered Rivendell, home of the elves. It is a secret and magical place where the evil wargs do not dare to follow. However, dwarves and elves are not the best of friends, and some of the group are not too happy about entering Rivendell. Why seek refuge with the enemy? Elves, shudders Gloin in disgust. But as they enter further into the valley, Bilbo has no such worries. "It feels like magic," he says, amazed by the peace and beauty of the hidden valley. rays of the moon shine on the map, Elrond reveals that they describe how to open a secret door into the lair of the dragon. While everyone else sleeps, Gandalf is called into an important meeting with Elrond, Galadriel and Saruman. As members of the White Council, it is their task to ensure that Middle-earth is protected from the forces of wickedness. There is something at work beyond the evil of Smaug, says Gandalf, something far more powerful. While Gandalf is in the meeting, the rest of the group have carried on their journey up into the Misty Mountains. Taking shelter in a cave, the company make plans to spend the night in safety. As Bother sits at the entrance to the cave, keeping watch, Bilbo huddles up and starts to fall asleep. But just then, the floor of the cave drops away, swallowing the group and plunging them into darkness. Tumbling end over end along a dark, damp chute, Bilbo and his friends come clattering to a halt inside a rusty cage. Peering out through the bars, they realise they have been captured by goblins. Surrounded by a horde of these slimy, scabby monsters, the dwarves are led off in a line through the dark tunnels. Bilbo is at the back of the line and suddenly realises that there are no other goblins behind him. Seizing his chance, he quickly slips off into a gloomy side tunnel and tries to escape. Bilbo hasn't made as clean a getaway as he thought, however, and soon finds himself being chased through the caverns by a goblin. As the slimy, scarred creature gets closer, Bilbo draws his sword and sees that it is glowing with an eerie blue light. The goblin bounces, slashing at Bilbo. Struggling and stumbling, Bilbo slips, and both he and the goblin fall headlong into a dark crevasse, plunging even further into the gloom below. The goblin is killed in the fall, but Bilbo is now alone armies huddled in the last tree. Circling below them, the wargs close in for the kill. Before the orcs can deliver the killing strike, a group of giant eagles sweeps in from the sky. They have received Gandalf's message and have come to rescue everyone. One by one, Accustomed to living alone with his beloved animals, he is not pleased to have guests in his home, but once he learns that the Orc commander, Azog, is chasing the dwarves, he becomes more at ease. Beorn hates orcs, and Azog most especially. Gandalf learns from Beorn that there are other dangers lurking ahead. An evil necromancer now inhabits the As they desperately try to open the gates, a group of orcs who had followed them through the forest spring to the attack. Things are looking grim when Tauriel, the head of the Elven guard, Legolas and a band of elves join the battle. Amidst the confusion, the dwarves open the gates and slip away. Floating downstream, the company finally land on a causes a landslide, revealing the bulbous, lidded eye of a huge, sleeping dragon. Too frightened to move, Bilbo reaches into his pocket and pulls out the ring. Before he has time to put it on his finger and become invisible, the massive eyelid opens wide and the evil light of Smaug's giant red eye sweeps across the chamber towards the tiny hobbit. There is the giant eye of Smaug. And that ends the second part of the Hobbit movie storybook. Come back again for the third part. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate at the Library of Whispers, and this is a third and final reading of the Hobbit movie storybook. This part is called The Battle of the Five Armies. King Thrall's once great kingdom of Erebor was legendary. Its beauty lay under the earth, in its wealth of precious gems and seams of gold. Thrall refused to listen to warnings from others that hoarding riches might bring danger. For the king under the mountain, the wealth he had amassed was worth more than his kingdom and the lives within it. ancestor, Girion, the Lord of Dale, fired a black arrow from a wind lance and dislodged one of Smaug's mighty scales. Now only one black arrow survives, and its owner is locked away in the town's jail. After the destruction of their livelihoods, monstrous orcs and goblins that seek to destroy them all. As the war rages between the five armies, the fate of Middle-earth hangs precariously in the balance, and Bilbo looks towards the Shire, wondering whether he will ever again see his beloved Bag End. Who will be crowned king under the mountain, and will Sauron become the ruler of all? I hope you enjoyed that story. This has been Kate at the Library of Whispers. Bye bye for now. Bye bye. Hello everybody. This is Kate at the Library of Whispers. And today we're going to look through this lovely book, The Lord of the Rings, The Fellowship of the Ring, visual companion. It says the ultimate movie companion to the peoples and places of Middle-earth. So I got this recently, in fact, a few days ago, in a lovely bookshop. And I thought we could take a look at it together. It's a fairly old book, really, but it looks as though it's hardly ever been looked through. There's Gandalf. It says the Rings of Power. Long ago, in the second age of Middle-earth, there were forged 19 great rings, each bestowing long life and magical powers upon the wearer. But Sauron, Dark Lord of Mordor, treacherously wrought a ruling ring, mixing its molten gold with his own blood and life force, by which he intended to bring all the other rings under his control. Deep inside Mount Doom, he forged it, and over it he chanted the ring spell, which would bring it to life. 3 rings for the Elven kings under the sky, 7 for the Dwarf lords in the halls of stone, 9 for mortal men doomed to die, 1 for the Dark Lord on his dark throne, in the land of Mordor where the shadows lie, 1 ring to rule them all, 1 ring to find them, 1 ring to bring them all and in the darkness bind them, in the land of Mordor increasingly tainted world. Good-hearted and generous of spirit, hobbits are a folk worth saving from the horrors of the Dark Lord's rule. Back end. Hobbits stand less than 4 feet tall, and their houses are equally compact and rounded. Classic features of Hobbit architecture include circular doors and windows, curved walls and beams. Their owners set much store by pleasant furnishings and local craftsmanship, specialising particularly in finely turned and polished wood and in skillful cabinet making. Hobbit holes are devoted to comfort and hospitality, containing as they do well-stocked larders, homely hearths, and a ready welcome. Bilbo Baggins's house, Back End, is a fine example of this type. Bilbo Baggins, scholar, poet, maker of songs, wearer of fancy brocade waistcoats, teller of stories and friend to elves. Bilbo Baggins is one of the most famous and long-lived hobbits in the Shire's history. He is best known, however, as an adventurer, a rare thing among hobbits, following the events he has been recording in his book. There and Back Again, a Hobbit's Tale, in which he took part in a heroic epic quest with Gandalf, the wizard and several dwarves, and came back to Hobbiton with a certain ring which he had worn in a riddle contest with the creature known as Smeagol or Gollum. Many of his is too shy to make approaches to her, despite the encouragement and teasing of his friends. Instead, he is happy to sit comfortably with a good smoke of pipeweed and a flagon of the finest Shire ale, and listen to the chatter of others. Quiet, solid and dependable, Sam has always been the perfect companion for his friend and master, Frodo Baggins, to whom he is devoted. A hobbit of great heart and great appetite, Sam refuses to be left behind when Frodo first undertakes his quest, although it is not clear at the outset what skills and qualities he can bring to the quest, for while he may be a practical and loyal lad, he is neither startlingly clever, nor obviously brave, nor yet skilled with a sword. However, adversity can make heroes of even the most unlikely folk. In Sam's case, it may forge stubbornness into iron determination and fierce loyalty into extraordinary courage. Meriadoc Brandybuck. Meriadoc Brandybuck, to give him his full and rarely used proper name, is the son of the Master of Brandybuck, and therefore comes from one of the Shire's most prominent and well-to-do families, but he is better known as Merry, an abbreviation that suits well his cheerful, sunny nature. A mischievous, lively and audacious lad, he has long been one of Frodo Baggins' closest friends, one fond of practical jokes, pranks and getting into scrapes, particularly with his cousin Peregrine Took, more widely known as Pippin. Like all hobbits, he loves to eat, drink and have fun, mushroom hunting, scrumping and purloining cabbages and carrots from the fields of neighbouring farmers, like Farmer Maggot, or spending comfortable evenings in the bar of the Green Dragon Inn, with a smoke of pipeweed, has still now been the extent of his experience of the world. But try keeping Merry Brandybuck at home when there's an adventure to be had, especially one that may involve a little danger. Quite how much danger he is likely to see when joining Frodo on his quest, Merry has no idea, of course, but hobbits are a surprising folk whose finest qualities come to the fore, particularly in perilous situations, and a mischievous tendency for tricks and japes may be transformed under pressure into resourcefulness and courage. Armed with a keen-edged elf knife, which he is given by the ranger known as Strider, Merry is soon to discover the true meaning of the word adventure. Both Pippin and Merry have a great and practical interest in one of the Shire's favourite exports, pipeweed, a fragrant burning herb which is smoked in long clay and wooden pipes. A common or garden variety of Nicotinia, pipeweed is lovingly grown in various corners of Middle-earth, but it is generally accepted that the finest strains, including long-bottom leaf and old Toby, have long been propagated and developed in the South Faring of the Shire. The habit of smoking pipeweed events such as Bilbo Baggins's 11st birthday party, with its abundance of ale and fireworks, affords plenty of opportunities for getting into trouble. If truth be told, though, Pippin is rarely the instigator in these mishaps, but tends to follow unquestioning Merry's lead. Naive, sweet-natured, and more than a little foolish, Pippin is probably the least prepared of all Frodo's companions for the danger and the darkness they are to meet on their quest. But hobbits are an adaptable, stout-hearted and determined folk, and while at the outset Pippin may prove to be rather more of a liability than an asset to the Fellowship, he will soon have the use of an elf sword and the need to use it in his own defence and that of his friends, and use it he will. Hobbits' feet. Hobbits rarely, if ever, wear shoes or boots, and as a result they have developed feet with thick leathery soles and fairy uppers to keep out the cold. Men, they are weak. The noble blood of Númenor no longer flows in their veins. They heed nothing but their own petty desires. In the second age of Middle-earth, Elendil, High King of Gondor, and his son Isildur joined forces with the elves under the leadership of the legendary Elven king Gil-galad to challenge Sauron and the forces of Shadow. The Battle of Dagorlad was the bloodiest of conflicts and saw the loss of both Gil-galad and Elendil, but finally the Dark Lord was eastern border of the Shire, at the crossing of the Great East Road and the North Road, is the town of Bree. This cluster of two-storied, half-timbered stone houses lies nestled against a low wooded hill and is the home to a motley collection of folk, its inhabitants encompassing both men and hobbits, and even one or two dwarves. Even more folk enter the town because of its location at the Since the fall of Isildur, son of Elendil, at the Gladden Fields, the Gondorians have taken no king, instead appointing a noble steward to cover the country until the day when the legendary heir of Isildur may return to claim the throne. Indeed, they have been kingless for so long now that there is no longer any expectation that such a man may exist. Boromir has travelled north to Rivendell to seek the meaning of a recurrent dream, which told of the waking of Isildur's bane, the thing that caused the High King's death. He will learn in Rivendell that this is the One Ring, now in the possession of Frodo Baggins. Gondor lies closest of all the kingdoms of Middle-earth to the shadow. The dark peaks of Mordor are clearly visible from the battlements of Minas Tirith, and Gondorian warriors have perpetually had to fight off incursions of orcs and other of the Dark Lord's fell creatures. Like the ancient High King Isildur, Boromir can also see a use for the One Ring in the defence of his people. Yet, when the dark, dishevelled man known as Strider is revealed in Rivendell to be Aragorn, son of Arathorn, last chief of the Dunedain and heir to the Gondorian kingdom, Boromir is not fully convinced that he is indeed the man destined to reunite the ancient kingdoms and lead them into a new age. Despite all his doubts, he still offers his services to the Ring-bearer to aid him in his quest, and becomes a valiant member of the Fellowship of the Ring. Boromir bears with him a great sword, its shield and the horn of a wild ox, bound with silver and inscribed with ancient letters. It is told that if this horn is blown in dire need, anywhere within the boundaries of Gondor, help shall at once be sent to he who blows it. But when Boromir is hard-pressed by orcs, as the Fellowship travels south, he may be too far beyond the bounds of his homeland for help to arrive in time. Elves. The fairest and oldest of all the races of Middle-earth, the elves are possessed of great magic and the ability to create things of immense beauty, craft and enchantment, including the rings of power, weaponry, music, language and law. Immortal and ageless, they have lived in Middle-earth since the earliest days, and were the first of the speaking peoples of the world. But now in the Third Age, a great sadness has come upon them, for their time in the world is coming to an end. Elves are now rarely seen in Middle-earth, for many of their number have already passed over the sea to the Undying Lands, where they may continue to live forever in bliss, away from the cares and trials of a war-torn world. Yet, small communities of elves still survive in the world. In northern Mirkwood, the Great Greenwood, at Rivendell, their ancient refuge, and in Lothlorien, the Golden Wood, which is the province of the Lady Galadriel and Lord Celeborn. Tall and slender, keen of eye, and mellifluous of speech, elves have always walked lightly upon the earth, their songs echo down the ages. Rivendell has stood for thousands of years as a last haven and hidden refuge, protected against all evil things by the power of the elves. It lies in a deeply riven valley in eastern Erebor, in the foothills of the towering snow-capped misty mountains. There, within sunlit gardens, terraces and courtyards, serving as herald to the Elven king, King Gil-galad, who fell in that great battle. When Isildur cut the One Ring from Sauron's hand, it was Elrond who urged him to destroy the ring in the cracks of doom. But his wisdom went unheeded, and instead of being destroyed for all time, Sauron was given yet another chance to rebuild his powers. Millennia old, Elrond half-elven is the son of Eärendil, the mariner, and Elwing. He is a legendary healer and the guardian of a vast store of elven lore. He is also the bearer of Vilya, the Ring of one of the 3 great elven rings that were forged in the Second Age of Middle-earth. His name, half-elven, derives from his ancestry, for he can trace his line directly back to the hero Beorn, a mortal man, and Luthien, the elven princess, who out of her great love for Beorn gave up her immortality to live out her days with him in Middle-earth. Legolas is able to run swiftly and effortlessly across the roughest terrain, barely leaving footprints even upon new fallen snow. As a forest elf, he is a master of woodcraft, able to scan his environment in order to read even the most minute traces and tracks left by the birds and beasts of the world. He can also see with greater clarity and over longer distances than the rest of the 9 walkers, and he is a superb and deadly shot with an elvish longbow, which he pledges in Frodo Baggin's service. Legolas also carries 2 elf knives, long white knives with filigreed blades, deadly weapons, for the elves make the keenest of all blades in Middle-earth. LotR, just east of the Misty Mountains, beside the Silver Lode, which flows into the great river Anduin, lies LotR, the Golden Wood, the fairest elf kingdom remaining in Middle-earth. LotR is home to the Wood Elves, who are almost invisible to visitors to the wood they guard, as they move swiftly and silently through the tree canopy, camouflaged by their magical grey cloaks. Throughout the Golden Wood grow the towering Malorn trees, the tallest and most beautiful trees in Middle-earth. In the grass of the forest floor bloom the golden stars of Eleanor and pale white flowers of the Nifredil. The silver pillars of the Malorns tower up into a splendid canopy of golden leaves, in the many levelled branches of which the elves build their flets, their dwellings or high houses. At the heart of the Golden Wood lies Caras Galadon, the city in which the Lord Celeborn and Lady Galadriel have their royal hall, a magnificent flat nestled high in the crown of the mightiest Malorn of all. The Lady Galadriel. The Lady Galadriel, Lady of Light, grandmother of the Lady Arwen, is an elven queen of extraordinary beauty. With her timeless features and golden river of hair, she is, however, no mere fey being, but a lady of great power. She bears one of the great rings, Nenya, the ring of adamant, and with the one ring in her grasp as well, she would be a mighty match for the Dark Lord Sauron. Galadriel also possesses a magical mirror in which those invited to look may see images of the past, present or future, when determining a course of action. Her husband is the Lord Celeborn, who comes originally from the northern kingdom of Mirkwood. His hair is long and silver, and his face grave and handsome, showing little sign of his great age. Lord Celeborn and Lady Galadriel have kept the Golden Wood as a safe haven for those elves who have chosen to remain in Middle-earth, rather than taking ship to the Undying Lands through magical means, and by the vigilant care of their warriors, led by such captains as the Wood Elf Aldea. Galadriel and Celeborn make many wondrous gifts to the Fellowship, including elven cloaks, which will make them all but invisible to the eyes of their enemies, fastened by brooches fashioned like leaves in silver and green, wafers of lembas, elvish whey-bread, though apparently insubstantial. A single bite will sustain a full-grown man, 3 elven boats, so that they may make passage down the river Anduin rather than through orc-ridden lands. An ornate elven places when all other lights go out. Okay, I'm going to leave it there. Finally, we will end with the dwarves and the rest of the book in another video. silver. Only in the deepest mines of Moria, in the roots of the mountains, was this precious substance found. Other names for it are Moria silver and true silver. Its elvish name is Mithril. It was prized more highly than gold, and from it the dwarves made a metal that was remarkably hard, yet wondrously light. Frodo has inherited a mail shirt of Mithril silver from Bilbo, which had been a gift from the dwarf king, Thorin. The Istari. The word Istari is an elvish term denoting an order or brotherhood of wizards. Such wizards are Maya, spirits older than Middle-earth itself, who have been sent by the Valar, the oldest and greatest beings of all, out of the undying lands into the mortal world to guide the free peoples of Middle-earth in their fight against the growing evil of the Dark Lord Sauron. They have come secretly, limited to the forms of men and to those powers found only within Middle-earth. They may be known by their tall hats, long robes, and by the strange staffs they carry. Each of the Istari is distinguished by a specific colour, denoting their power and rank in the order. Thus, Saruman, highest of the Istari, is known as the White, and wears flowing white robes, while Gandalf the Grey begins his journey through Middle-earth as a wizard of lesser power. Gandalf the Grey. Being fond of the race of hobbits, the wizard Gandalf visits Hobbiton from time to time to see his friend Bilbo Baggins, with whom he has shared many adventures, and to oversee the safety of the Shire and ensure the shadow that stretches even further from Mordor does not encroach upon this delightfully sleepy rural backwater. But to the inhabitants of Hobbiton he is known largely as a wandering conjurer, a blower of smoke rings and purveyor of fireworks. Little do the small folk realise the true powers of their occasional visitor. They see only his outward form, that of an old grey beard, robed in a dusty cloak with a tall pointed hat upon his head, a man worn by the passage of time who uses his staff as a mere walking stick to lean upon and aid his travel. As one of the Istari, Gandalf is able to wield potent magic and is immensely knowledgeable about Middle-earth's history and the lore of its many peoples. His true age is unknown. It is Gandalf the Grey, known by the elves as Mithrandir, who will lead the Fellowship out of Rivendell at the beginning of their quest to destroy the ruling ring in the fires of Mount Doom. Although the temptation to use the ring himself must surely be strong, even though his instinct would be to use it to good purpose, Gandalf knows that the power of the ring, added to his own innate strength, would create a force too great and terrible to imagine. To do battle with the forces of darkness, Gandalf the Grey can call upon not only his spellcraft, but also his staff of power and the elven sword, Glamdring. Saruman the White. The wizard Saruman the White, Lord of Isengard, is the greatest of the Istari Brotherhood, known throughout Middle-earth for his vast store of knowledge of things arcane and esoteric. He has devoted much study to the matter of the rings of power, and in particular to the ruling ring, its making and its history, as it has passed from one hand to another and into obscurity, believing that if he and his order find it, they themselves can make the best of it against the growing power of the Dark Lord. Saruman's home is Orthanc, a vast tower hewn from a solid pillar of unbreakable black obsidian, which rises to a great prong spire. The Tower of Orthanc stands at the heart of Isengard, the strategic fortress that lies in a commanding position between the Misty Mountains and the Gap of Rohan. Its main defence is a natural ring wall of stone that measures a mile or more from rim to rim, enclosing beautiful trees and gardens, watered by streams that flow down from the mountains, unknown to all but Saruman. Isengard is home to one of the rare seeing stones, the Palantir, a great ball of black stone with which the wizard is able to spy upon the whereabouts and fortunes of both allies and foes throughout Middle-earth. The caverns below Isengard hide another secret. Down there, a new breed of creature is being hatched, as Saruman plans to form an army of his own to rival the Dark Lords. The Dark Powers. Since his fall at the Battle of Dagorlad, Sauron has been regrouping his forces, even though he has failed to find again the ruling ring which he so treacherously forged, and which was taken from him by Isildur, the High King of Gondor, and then lost, seemingly forever. In the millennia that have passed since his fall, he has slowly but inexorably increased his great army of fell beings and rebuilt his fortress at Barad-dur. His powers are now so strong that if he can lay his hands upon the One Ring once more, he will be able to break down all resistance in Middle-earth and cover all the lands in a second darkness. His eye ever seeks his ruling ring, and he has many servants upon whom to call, as his spies and soldiery. The greatest and most fearsome of these are the Nazgul, known also as the Ringwraiths, but the forces of darkness include many fell creatures such as orcs and urukai, trolls and wargs, and other monsters. Orcs. Orcs are not a natural part of Middle-earth, for they were originally created by the Dark Powers. Long ago, in the First Age, elves were taken captive, tortured and mutilated in the dungeons of the Dark Lord, until they had been transformed from the most beautiful and noble of the world's folk into a ruined and terrible new form of life, orcs. These creatures multiplied until the Dark Lord had grown himself a monstrous army with which to oppose the free peoples of the world. Filled wizard Saruman has been breeding his own race of super orcs, an army to rival that of Sauron, the Dark Lord. By crossing orcs with goblin men, he has created a race of creatures of unparalleled power and brutality. These are the Uruk-hai, taller and straighter than men, massively muscled, black-blooded and lynx-eyed. Tireless and considerably more intelligent and powerful than the Moria orcs, they are a fearsome fighting breed, with their viciously efficient straight-bladed weapons and long-range bows. Led by Lurtz, the Uruk-hai of Isengard, and easily identifiable by the mark of the white hand of Saruman, which they bear in battle. The Nazgul, the Nine Servants of Sauron. The Nazgul were once great kings of men, to whom Sauron gave 9 of the rings of power, and with them the promise of eternal life and dominion. They took the rings without question, but their greed blinded them to the Dark Lord's true nature and likely treachery. One by one they fell under the power of the ring, their bodies and souls corrupted by the Dark Lord's evil, till at last they ceased to be human and became instead insubstantial wraiths. Faceless and formless, they have been worn away to terrifying ghouls, shrouded in black robes and armour. Mounted upon their vast black, flame-eyed steeds, they are known as the Black Riders. Their weapons are not merely swords of steel and flame, nor their maces and Morgul daggers, which carry a deadly master, the Dark Lord Sauron, by carrying it south and eastwards into Mordor, the land of shadow, and there destroy it in the cracks of doom, the volcano where it first was made. The ring, however, has a dark sentience. It wishes always to return to the one who forged it and imbued it with his life force and his malice, and Sauron's lidless eye ever seeks the ring. His hordes of orcs and other monsters roam freely across Middle-earth, bringing annihilation and shadow into the realms of men, dwarves and elves. From his home in the peaceful rural backwater of Hobbiton in the Shire, through Bree to Rivendell, last refuge of the elves in Middle-earth, Frodo has travelled with the ring, and there he is joined by a fellowship of companions who volunteer to accompany him on his quest. Aragorn, son of Arathorn, Boromir, son of Denethor of Gondor, Legolas, son of Thranduil, the king of the Mirkwood elves, Gimli, son of Gloin, a great warrior dwarf, the hobbits, Meriadoc Brandybuck, Peregrine Took, and Samwise Gamgee, and the wizard, Gandalf the Grey. But now the fellowship has been broken. In Khazad-dûm, Gandalf was lost in a desperate battle against a Balrog, an ancient fire demon. At Amon-Hen, edge of the ring. It is hard to believe to look at this pale, skinny creature with his long, clinging fingers and toes, and his gleaming, bulbous eyes, that once he was a creature not unlike a hobbit. His name then was Smeagol, and he came not from the homely shire, but was a store from the lands to the east, which border the river Anduin, where it runs through the battleground of the Gladden fields. It was here that orcs ambushed and overcame Isildur, the king of men, who carried with him the one ring which he had cut from the hand of Sauron himself. There, the ring was lost, fallen into the mud at the bottom of the river, and there it lay undisturbed for thousands of years, until the day that Smeagol and his friend Deagle went fishing. Deagle hooked a great fish, which dragged him out of the boat, and when he resurfaced, he had in his hand a golden ring. Smeagol immediately coveted this shiny object, and when Deagle refused to give it to him, Smeagol strangled his friend and stole the ring away, claiming it as his birthday present. And here is Smeagol and Deagle in the coracle boat. And thus the ring began to work its evil influence on the hobbit, making him mutter and gurgle in his throat, so that he became known as Gollum. It caused him to fear the light and the open air, and drive him out of the sight of the sun into the cave system deep beneath the misty mountains, where he lived on raw fish and other things that he had caught in its lightless pools. There Gollum stayed, alone except for the ring, which he called his precious, until Bilbo Baggins chanced upon him. Then the ring, seeking ever to return to the Dark Lord, insinuated itself into Bilbo's possession, and Bilbo carried it away with him to his home in the Shire. Hating the ring, but leaving him thus, and yet loving it all the while, Gollum was forced to leave his dark retreat and come out into the world to pursue his obsession. However, when he emerged from the caves, Gollum was captured by the Dark Lord's servants and brought to the dungeons beneath the tower of Barad-dur. There he was tortured as Sauron sought to discover the whereabouts of the ring, but he managed to escape, and has been hunting his precious ever since. And so, once Gollum has been tamed, caught and bound by the Ithilien rope that was given to Sam in Lothlorien, Frodo will find himself making a strange alliance, for he and Gollum share the same goal, to prevent the One Ring from falling into the hands of the Dark Lord. Moreover, Frodo needs a guide to the Land of Shadow, and only Gollum knows the secret ways into Mordor. The Dead Marshes. Tricksy lights, candles of corpses, wicked lights. You must not look at son of Elendil, king of men, but its proximity to Mordor has resulted in the country long being abandoned by its inhabitants. As the travellers make their way through the climbing woods and upland meadows, full of rabbit warrens and wildflowers, past waterfalls and swift streams, they will come upon the remnants of that once great civilization, old roads, now unused and overgrown, great statues that have been cast down and crowned with weeds. It is a sad and lovely land, patrolled now only by companies of rangers who seek to prevent incursions of orcs and other fell creatures from reaching Gondor. Faramir. Faramir is the second son of Denethor, Steward of Gondor, and the younger brother to Boromir. A stern and commanding man, he is the captain of a band of rangers who take Frodo and Sam captive as they journey through Ithilien, the border country between Gondor and Mordor. This lovely wooded country is beset by orcs and other enemies as Sauron's dark forces encroach ever further into the lands of men. As captain of the Ithilien Rangers, it falls to Faramir to patrol this dangerous borderland and protect Gondor as best he can from these marauding bands and from the Dark Lord's spies. Even before taking Frodo and Sam captive and learning the truth of the matter, Faramir has suspected the loss of Boromir, his elder brother. Faramir is a sensitive, discerning man, prone to premonitory dreams, and in one such vision he saw the small elven boat in which Aragorn, Gimli and Legolas had laid their dead companion, floating on the swell of the great river Anduin, and when he awoke, he knew in his heart that his brother was dead. This was then confirmed for him some days later, when the silver-banded ox horn Boromir carried as the eldest scion of his house was washed up on the river bank. Cloven in two, it was said of this legendary horn that if it were to be blown anywhere within the ancient boundaries of the realm of Gondor, its call would not go unheeded. But when Boromir fell to Uruk-hai arrows while defending Merry and Pippin, he was beyond the bounds of the ancient kingdom, and the faint echo of the horn was dim and distant. Their father is Lord Denethor, the Steward of Gondor. his cousin Peregrine took, defended themselves valiantly, even though it was the first time they had borne arms in battle. Aragorn and Gimli fought the orcish attackers in fierce hand-to-hand combat with sword and axe, and Legolas proved deadly with his elven longbow. But despite the bravery of the companions, the Uruk-hai proved too many and too strong, and the fellowship was sundered. The fearsome Uruk leader, Lurtz, loosed a rain of arrows which killed Boromir, son of Denethor, and then the ambushers captured Merry and Pippin, recognising them as belonging to the race of halflings known as hobbits. They had been charged by their master Saruman the White with the task of finding a certain hobbit bearing a rare and powerful artifact and bringing both safely to Isengard, but knowing neither the identity of the hobbit in question nor the nature of the thing the wizard covets, they mistakenly believe Merry or Pippin is the hobbit they seek. Saruman's Uruk-hai have been bred for power, speed and brutality. Great swart, massive muscled, slant-eyed beasts, they were birthed in the caves beneath the fortress at Isengard, tormented in order to forge their cruel spirits and fed upon unspeakable things. They bear upon them Saruman's mark, a white hand painted on their shields and faces. Tireless and determined, they can run through the day as well as the night, unlike other orcs which dislike feeling the sun's eye upon them and prefer to move in darkness. Their leader, now that the Master's greatest creation, Lurtz, lies dead at Aragorn's hand, is Ugluk. Because of their small size, the hobbits are easy to carry, so the Uruk-hai make swift progress towards their goal. Fangorn Forest. At the southern end of the Misty Mountains, there lies a wild and ancient woodland, the remnant of the vast woods that once covered all of this part of the land in the elder days. Inside, it may appear dark and forbidding to strangers, full of shadows and strange shapes. Trees stand rank upon rank in every direction, some tall and slender and straight, their lithe limbs reaching for the light, while others are gnarled and bent by age, their bark all ridged and scored. Many are clothed in lichen, as if with great beards and whiskers. Others are covered in dry brown leaves and have long-fingered twigs like hands that may clutch, and sometimes out of the corner of the eye it may appear that they have moved, not as trees move, with the passing of the wind, but of their own accord. It is an eerie place to travellers who do not know it well, and can be dangerous to those who are not kind to trees. It is not wise to cut live wood to make a campfire in Fangorn Forest. In the south, smoke rises from the factories of Isengard. There, the great forest has been cut down in swathes. Hewn tree stumps mark its ravaged slopes. The wizard Saruman, chief of the Order of the Istari, who came to Middle-earth to aid the free peoples, has been corrupted by his quest for knowledge and power, so that now he thinks to challenge the Dark Lord himself. Driven at first by Sauron's command and lately by his own ambition, he has been systematically inside Fangorn Forest. Merry and Pippin, having escaped their captors, will meet one of Middle-earth's most ancient and extraordinary inhabitants, because he is as tall as a tree, as gnarled as a tree, as covered in moss and leaves and lichens as any tree. It is easy to mistake him for a tree, but Treebeard or Fangorn, for he shares his name with the forest in which he walks, is a member of the Onodrim, or Ents, guardians and tree herds to the great forests of Middle-earth. Treebeard is the oldest and wisest of the Ents. For 3 ages he has walked Middle-earth, tending the trees and watching the peoples of the world come and go, teaching them the ways of plant and tree and flower. The name Ent was given to the Onodrim by the people of Rohan, in whose language it means giant, and gigantic they are, standing at 14 foot and more. They are clad in a substance much like bark, being grey and brown and green and ridged and wrinkled by age. Their fingers are like twigs, and their great feet have 7 long, gnarled toes that resemble nothing so much as tree roots. Ents are very slow-moving and slow-thinking. An Entmoot, or council, can last for days at a time, for Ents like to consider matters carefully, for if at last they are roused to anger, their fury is formidable, and when it is combined with their ancient strength, neither fortress nor army can withstand them, and the Ents of Fangorn would not look kindly upon the ravages of Saruman the White, who has ripped their kin from the land surrounding Isengard, root by root, or cut them down where they have for centuries stood in peace. The Master of Isengard, the White Wizard, is cunning. Saruman the White, foremost of the Istari wizards who came to Middle-earth to guide all the free peoples against the growing evil of Sauron, Lord of Mordor, has himself developed a great appetite for power in this world. For long years he has studied the ways of the Dark Lord, seeking out arcane knowledge from ancient texts, acquiring magical lore and craft, readying himself to make his move. His stronghold at Isengard, long ago acquired by the wizard as part of his grand scheme, stands in a crucial strategic location, guarding the Gap of Rohan, between the White Mountains and the Misty Mountains, and what was once a fortress built to ensure the safety of the kingdom of Rohan has now become a base from which enemies will issue out to engulf it. For in the caverns beneath his stronghold, Saruman has created an army of Uruk-hai, orcs bred with goblin men, to make them powerful, cruel, and tireless. He has marked them with his own device, that of the White Hand, and these creatures roam freely throughout the lands surrounding Isengard. this has made him susceptible to the will of Sauron. Okay, so I am going to leave it there. Next time we'll start with the shadow of Saruman. ship, looking back from the safety of the Dimrill side of the bridge, saw how the Balrog towered above the wizard. They saw the demon's fire answered by the white fire of Gandalf's sword, Glamdring. They saw the wizard strike the bridge with his staff. They saw the span break. They saw how the Balrog, falling, wrapped its whip around the wizard's legs and dragged him down with it into is the spring and the harvest, and the tall corn growing. They have passed like rain on the mountain, like a wind in the meadow. The days have gone down in the west, behind the hills, into shadow. The horse lords of Rohan are a proud and ancient people of the race of men. Stern-faced and handsome they are, brave and generous of spirit. They write no books, but they can make many songs celebrating their deeds in battle. Or the fine horses they breed. The riders of Rohan, mounted on their fine Riddermark horses, were burnished skirts of mail to their knees, and carried tall spears of ash and painted shields slung at their backs. They wear their flaxen hair long and in braids under their decorated helms. Tall and fierce, they are well versed in the arts of war, as needs must, but ever since winning their lands, they've had to defend them on every border, from raids by orcs and Uruk-hai, who have lately encroached as far as the fords of Isen, there mortally wounding King Theoden's heir, Theodred, from the sea pirates of Umbar in the south, from the wild men and Dunderlings, whom they long ago drove into the hill country, and most disturbingly from Mordor. And while they are not yet openly at war with Mordor, they feel the chill of its shadow creeping ever westwards, which makes them wary of all strangers. So when Aragorn, Legolas and Gimli traverse their lands in search of their missing companions, they may not meet with the welcome they expect. King Theoden. Theoden no longer recognises friend from foe, not even his own kin. possession of the beautiful Lady Eowyn. Too long have you watched her under your eyelids and haunted her steps. We welcomed guests kindly in the better days, but in these times the unbidden stranger finds us swift and hard. As Aragorn, Legolas and Gimli pursue the band of Uruk-hai who captured and bore away the Hobbit companions Merry and Pippin, they enter the lands of the Riddermark. There they come upon a group of fierce horsemen, riders of Rohan. Their captain is a tall, stern man, steel-helmed, mail-shirted and well-armed. His name is Eomer, son of Eamund, and he is the third Marshal of the Riddermark, nephew to Theoden, King of Rohan. With his men, and against the orders of his lord, who has fallen prey to the evil counsels of Grima Wormtongue, he is out hunting orcs and any others who may be enemies to the kingdom. I serve only the Lord of the Mark, Theoden King, son of Thengel. Grima the spy has been poisoning the mind of the king against those who would serve him honestly, and as a result he has persuaded Theoden to regard his brave and faithful nephew as a dangerous traitor who would stir up conflict for his own advancement. Put your trust in Eomer rather than a man of crooked mind. But the scales could fall from the Lord of the Mark's eyes if he is released from the treacherous bewitchment that has bound him for so long. With enemies closing in from all sides, King Theoden must realise that Eomer, a fine soldier, valiant warrior and a man of wisdom and understanding, is exactly the kind of hero the kingdom of Rohan seeks in its hour of need. lost their lives. Now the survivors of such conflicts and thousands of refugees from burned villages must flee toward Dunharrow and seek safe haven in the impregnable stronghold of Helm's Deep. They do not come to destroy Rohan's crops or villages, they come to destroy its people, down to the last child. And here we see the people in line, fleeing to Helm's Deep. Warg riders. During the Third Age of Middle-earth, the Wargs of Rovanian made an alliance with the Orcs of the Misty Mountains. When Saruman the White began to draw together his army from the many enemies of the free peoples of Middle-earth, the Wargs and their Orc allies came down from the mountains, the further to strengthen the wizards' forces. Because of the great size of the wolf-like wargs, at least as big as the horses of Rohan, the orcs use them to ride them into battle. The wargs are extremely vicious and efficient hunters, able to cover vast distances tirelessly in their search for prey. Because of this, they represent a huge threat to any who would cross the plains of Rohan undefended. Owen's choice. I looked into your future, and I saw death. Thousands of years before the events that are now unfolding, an elven maiden and a mortal man came together, fell in love and pledged their troth. In desperate times, in defiance of their different races and against all the odds, their names were Beorn and Luthien. Beorn was a hero among men, a scion of the house of Barad-dur. One day in the forest of Neldereth, he saw a figure dancing, and so beautiful was she that he was struck dumb. She was Luthien, daughter of Thingol of the eternal race of elves. And from that moment, Beorn lost his heart, although he knew that if she were to forsake her people to be with him, she must also forsake her immortality. In the Third Age of Middle-earth, another mortal man chanced on an elven maiden in the woods at Rivendell, and she was in her own time of all living things the most fair, for she was Arwen, the descendant of Luthien. Like Beorn, the man who spied her there was doomed to love from the first moment he saw her. This was Aragorn, son of Arathorn, and he was descended from Beorn's line, as token of which he wore the ring of Barad-dur. Aragorn did not know that this maid was the daughter of Elrond, who had raised him in Rivendell since he was a child, for during all the years in which Aragorn had been in Rivendell, Arwen had been in Lothlorien with the Lady Galadriel, her mother's mother. Although he perceived the love which lay between Aragorn and Arwen, Tirith's natural wonders, and has proved in times past to be a safe haven when the kingdom of Rohan is under attack. Saruman's army will have grown long indeed if he thinks he can reach us here. Preparing for battle. Massively outnumbered by a horde of 10,000 orcs and Uruk-hai marching on the gorge from Isengard, the remaining members of the Fellowship and their comrades must prepare for the onslaught of the enemy by donning armour and making ready their weapons. Even though Helm's Deep has proved impregnable in past conflicts, its gates are now rotting and its defenders are few. The odds against the people of Rohan and its allies are appalling. No matter how valiantly they fight, they can surely never triumph. I am of the world of men, and these are my people. I will die as one of them. Over his tunic, Aragorn puts on a short-sleeved shirt of heavy chainmail and protects his forearms with the tooled leather vambraces once worn by Boromir of Gondor. His sword is keen-edged. Legolas, prince of the Mirkwood elves, dons armour for the first time in his life. He carries 2 lethal white knives at his belt, his great Galadrim longbow and the peacock-decorated quiver of arrows given to him by the Lady Galadriel in Lothlorien. The dwarf warrior Gimli, son of Gloin, remains battle-dressed in his own leather armour and impressive iron helmet, carries 5 fearsome battle-axes. Arise now, arise, riders of Theoden, dire deeds awake, dark is it eastward, let horse be bridled, horn be sounded, forth, Eorlingas. King Theoden of Rohan is arrayed in full Rohirrim war gear, including a mighty helmet, engraved breastplate and mail shirt. He carries his great sword, Aragorn. Beside him, the royal guard of Rohan, led by Gamling, are similarly arrayed. Just a few hundred refugees from the settlements that have been harrowed by orcs and wild men throughout Rohan have made it through to Helm's Deep. These few will be kitted out for battle in the Hornburg armoury. They are a motley bunch of old men and untested boys, but all are ready to fight to the death, to defend their kingdom, even though they are vastly outnumbered and their defence appears doomed. Down in the glittering caves, the women and the children take refuge, where they will be defended by Eowyn, shield maiden of Rohan. The sky is darkening, a storm is brewing. Elves and men. The world is changing. I feel it in the water, I feel it in the earth, and I smell it in the air. Our time here is over. The elves last fought alongside men to combat the forces of evil at the Battle of Dagorlad, which brought about the downfall of Sauron and ended the Second Age. Now, in the Third Age, Sauron has steadily rebuilt his strength and his armies, while the elves have dwindled, both in number and in their influence upon the peoples of Middle-earth. In increasing so few defenders to withstand the vast orcish army being unleashed upon Helm's Deep, that without the intervention and alliance of the elves, the heroic distraction will surely be fatally brief. Elrond, Lord of Rivendell, the Lady Galadriel, and Lord Celeborn of the Golden Wood, and their captain, Haldir of the Galadrim, must debate long and hard as to warriors to scour the kingdom of Rohan. Once Rohan falls, the last kingdom of men, Gondor, lies at the mercy of the shadow. But Saruman does not rely solely on the depredations of his motley army to defeat the kingdom of the Horse Lords, for he has set a spy within its very heart. In the golden hall of Meduseld, in the Rohan capital of Erebor, Grima Wormtongue sits at King Theoden's right hand, pouring words of poison into his ear, even to the extent of banishing the true-hearted Éomer. Aged beyond his natural years, his wits addled by sorcery, Theoden is no longer the heroic leader his people require in their hour of need. And now that Éomer has been removed, Rohan lies defenceless. Knowing Merry and Pippin to be with the Ents, Gandalf, Aragorn, Legolas, and Gimli make for the court of Edoras, where Gandalf releases King Theoden from Saruman's sorcerous influence, and Grima Wormtongue is cast out, released to crawl back to his master's abode. As the spell is removed, the years and senility fall away from the king, until at last he is himself again, restored to his wits, his strength, and the knowledge of the magnitude of his task to save his people. From rout and ruin. Their only hope now is to retreat to the safety of Helm's Deep, the great fortification created by the ancient hero, Helm Hammerhand. While Gandalf searches for Éomer and the Rohirrim, who remain faithful to him, the Rohan refugees must be led by the Lord Aragorn across the moor and mountain, plain and pasture, where they will be beset by war parties of orcs and wargs. But a far greater danger will soon be at hand. A vast army of Uruk-hai is on the march from Isengard. The defenders of Helm's Deep will find themselves hopelessly outnumbered unless other allies can be found. The time of the elves in Middle-earth is at an end. Their numbers have dwindled, their powers are fading, most have already left the shores of this world for a life of eternal bliss in the undying lands across the sea. Their last alliance with men ended in disaster, the death of many of their kind in vain. The weakness and greed of Isildur betrayed the short victory over Sauron, for instead of destroying the One Ring when he had the chance, Isildur decided to keep it for himself. That decision has led to destruction and despair. It is not surprising that the elves are reluctant to come to the aid of men once more. Moreover, when an elf loses his life, he loses eternal life. To do so for the sake of men would be a great sacrifice indeed. It is also a sacrifice which Arwen, daughter of Elrond, will have to make if she is to stay in Middle-earth and marry the Lord Aragorn. Such a decision requires the utmost courage and conviction and an unshakable faith in the future of the world. Yet, on Lord Elrond's instruction, Haldir of Lorien brings a force of elven archers to the aid of the defenders Minas Ithil was lost to the Nazgul and is now known as Minas Morgul, and Osgiliath has become little more than an outpost of war. Through millennia, war and plague have decreased Gondor's power and its population, and after the failing of Elendil's line, the kingdom has no king. Gondor is no longer the mighty and glorious realm it once was. Minas Tirith, Mordor. This city has dwelt ever in sight of that shadow, where the White Mountains come to an end, in the great peak of Mount Mindolluin. There lies Minas Tirith, the city of kings. It is a vast and elegant city, built in 7 levels of white stone, which have been carved into the hill, so that it looks less a creation of men's hands, but a settlement hewn out of the very bones of the earth by giants. Each level is ringed by a wall and battlements, and a gate set into each wall at different points, so that the paved road which climbs towards the 7th level zigzags its way to the summit. The topmost circle rises more than 700 feet above the great gate, which is set into the first circle, and the view downward is sheer and vertiginous. At the summit lies the citadel, which contains the high court, the place of the fountain and the white tower of Ithilien, where the white banner of the stewards flutters 1,000 feet above the plain. Minas Tirith is a mighty fortification, apparently impregnable, for there is no access into the city save by the great gate of Gondor at its base, which is well guarded indeed. Such a great span of time has now elapsed that there is no longer any belief that a king shall return, and the stewards have become increasingly arrogant and king in all but name. Nevertheless, the stewards never sit on the ancient throne of Gondor itself, but on a plain black stone chair at its foot in the chilly, high-vaulted great hall of Minas Tirith. They wear no crown or robes of office, and carry only a simple white stave as a token of their rule. Rather than any king, of sceptre, and their banner, which flies from the top of the tower of Ithilien, is of a plain white, with a royal banner, like the insignia of the citadel guards, has a sable ground and bears the image of a white tree capped by 7 stars. The current Steward of Gondor is Denethor, son of Ithilien, father to Boromir and Faramir. He is an old man now, and time and grief have etched deep lines on his proud face. Denethor has learned too much of the lore of the world, from the great library of Minas Tirith, and from gazing into the surviving seeing stone in the White Tower. As a result, he knows more was desperate. They fled away into the haunted mountain, the Dwimmerberg, and so Isildur cursed them that they should never rest in peace until they had fulfilled their oath. Now Aragorn, Isildur's heir, must call them to their oath, to aid the free peoples of Middle-earth in their dire struggle against the shadow. The road to the Dimmolt is ominously silent. In that haunted place nothing stirs, neither wind nor bird. At the root of the mountain gapes a dark door like the mouth of night. Signs and figures are carved above its wide arch, and fear flows from it like a great vapour. No one living who has stepped through this door has returned alive, but Aragorn, Gimli and Legolas enter with grim resolve. Ghastly bony hands clutch at them out of the chill darkness. Fog swirls, voices wail. All around them are the dead, their king, and row upon row are his spectral warriors. As they gather for attack, Aragorn draws the sword reforged and claims their allegiance anew, promising in exchange for their duty that he will release them from their living death. They listen, and they follow. Sauron. The Dark Lord's history has long, deep roots. He entered the world as a Maya, as did the Astari wizards, Saruman and Gandalf in a later age, under the direction of the Valar, those purest of spirits, and his task was to tend to the world's good. But Sauron fell under the influence of Morgoth, a Valar who had betrayed his fellows and embraced evil and the pursuit of dominion. Thus was Sauron seduced into his allegiance. As Morgoth's servant, he learned much of evil and power, and following the great battle which ended the first age, in which Morgoth was at last cast down by the Valar, he fled to Middle-earth, and there began his reign of terror. He established himself in the dread realm of Mordor, east of the river Anduin, and separated from Gondor, the nearest kingdom of man, by the mountains of shadow. There he began the construction of a mighty tower from which he might look out over his own province and the world beyond, which he sought to ensnare. In the long centuries which followed, Sauron set himself to corrupting the races of elves and men, and devising a plan by which he might bring dominion over all the free peoples of Middle-earth under his control. First he laboured with the Elven smiths to create the rings of power, 9 for the kings of men, 7 for the dwarves, and 3 for the elves. But some time afterwards, he treacherously forged for himself a ruling ring in the heart of orcs, Uruk-hai, trolls, Haradrim, Easterlings, Mumakil, fell beasts, and the Nine Riders, as he gathered about him for an army to enter Mordor with the Dark Lord's most precious possession, is surely to walk into his very arms and the destruction of the free world. wears a short surcoat of black, and embroidered on the breast in silver is the White Tree of Gondor. It is the livery once worn by Faramir, Boromir's brother, when he was a child, and while his heart may be as strong as any grown man's, Pippin is still mistaken for a child as he walks the streets of Gondor's great city. But his first task in this uniform, though it is not a task entrusted by his new master, is to light the warning beacons at the summit of Mount Mindaluin, and thus to summon aid, as in answer the lights of the subsequent beacons can be seen over the White Mountains as far as Erebor. Meanwhile, Merry finds himself amongst the horse lords of the Riddermark, with King Theoden of Rohan. As the light of the warning beacon is seen, and the king summons all able-bodied men to muster at Dunharrow for the long ride to Minas Tirith. Determined to play his part in the war, Merry bravely offers the service of his sword to Theoden, who receives the offer graciously, deeming that Merry shall henceforth be an esquire of Rohan, and so he, like Pippin, is fitted out in the war accoutrements of his new master, the finely tooled leather armour of the Rohirrim, a helm and cloak. But at Dunharrow, great disappointment awaits him. The king releases him from his service, and will take him no further, for it is from there 3 days' hard riding to the beleaguered city, and the horses of the Rohirrim are too large and too strong for one as small as a hobbit to manage. On their own, he would only be a burden. Resigned to his fate, Merry turns away, only to be swept up by an anonymous rider and borne away to war. The Siege of Gondor. Courage will now be your best defence against the storm that is at hand. Outside the walls of Minas Tirith, Gondor's greatest city, orcish armies mass, thousands rings are aflame. Fires rage unchecked in the first circle. 'Tis time to retreat to second, and soon after that to the third. As the Lord of the Nazgul, the Witch King of Angmar, and his fell beast loom over Gandalf and Shadowfax in the fourth circle of the city, all hope seems to be lost. But from the distance comes the faint ring of war horns. Rohan has come. And here we have a wonderful still from the movie with Gandalf and the men of Rohan in the front, approaching the armies of Sauron. The Battle of the Pelennor Fields. Say to Denethor that in this hour the King of the Mark himself will come down to the land of Gondor, though maybe he will not ride back. Horns sound like a storm upon the plain, and a thunder in the mountains. The Rohirrim have come to give aid to their old ally in the darkest of times. Theoden and Éomer ride together, uncle and nephew, reunited at last, arrayed in the magnificent leather armour and the crested helmets of their people. The white horse tail plume on Éomer's helm flows in his speed. King Theoden gallops upon Snowmane, and his banner is a white horse upon a field of green. Their arrival is a glorious sight, a sight to set hope in the hearts of those who defend Minas Tirith, and to strike fear into the enemy. From Dunharrow, the muster has brought 6,000 spears, and though that is far less than King Theoden had hoped for, it is a warlike and fearsome army. But the Rohirrim are tough and grim and well versed in the skills of war, and they have seen how, with fire and sword, the shadow has already fallen upon their own people. They have scores to settle. The Witch King screeches, and his mount rises into the air with a great flap of its wings as the 6,000 Rohan horsemen step up onto the skyline. Now ensues the greatest battle of the War of the Ring between the armies of Sauron, including Haradrim, Easterlings, Orcs, and Mumakil, led by the Lord of the Nazgul and the forces of Minas Tirith, all those that could be mustered from the surrounding lands, joined by the forces of Osgiliath and Ithilien and the riders of Rohan. Heroic deeds. Ride now, ride to ruin and the world's ending. As the front of the first rank of the Rohirrim gallops into battle like a breaker crashing to the shore, the battle fury of their forefathers runs through King Theoden and his men. War horns blast out, sunlight gleams off helms and weaponry. Nothing can withstand that first charge. An entire company of orcs vanishes between trampling hooves, but having overcome the first wave of orcs, there are ever more, and then Haradrim and Mumakil challenge which will be answered by one of the Dark Lord's chief servants. The apparition who rides out to meet them is the lieutenant of the Dark Tower of Barad-dur, a creature of sorcery now grown advanced in evil and cruel cunning. For so long has he served his master, but he no longer bears his own name, but is known merely as the Mouth of Sauron. He rides a huge and hideous black horse with a face like a frightful mask, more like a skull than a living head, and eyes of flame, and his own visage is hardly more fair. Gleeful and arrogant, the Mouth of Sauron delivers to the brave visitors the false tidings that the ring-bearer has been apprehended by the orcs of Cirith Ungol and taken to the torture chambers of the Dark Tower. In evidence of this, he flourishes the mithril shirt taken from Frodo, and a great despair engulfs them. Moments later, drums beat out and fires flare up. The black gate of Mordor swings open, and a vast army of orcs marches out. And here we are in this picture back at the White City. Gandalf on Shadowfax with Pippin behind him. And here is the Witch King mounting on his Nazgul. The treachery of Gollum. We hate them, nasty hobbitses. As Sam and Frodo make their slow, painful, perilous journey across the forsaken places of Middle-earth on their quest to destroy the One Ring in the fires of Mount Doom, the one place in the world where it can be unmade, they are accompanied by one who claims to be able to aid their safe passage into Mordor. Gollum, who used to be called Smeagol, a creature much like a hobbit, has a long and strange history, for he too was a ring-bearer of sorts for many, many years, having murdered his cousin Deagle to acquire the golden trinket they found while out fishing. Smeagol fell under the malevolent influence of the ring and wandered away from his homeland to take refuge from the light in the caves beneath the misty mountains, and it was there where he finally lost his precious to Frodo's uncle, Bilbo Baggins. Now the two parts of him, Smeagol, who still vaguely remembers the time when he was not the slave of the ring, and is able to experience feelings which have not been entirely warped and wicked, and Gollum, whose only wish is to take back the ring for himself and see the thieves who carry it now dead and rotting, are warring for dominance of his soul. Shall he lead the hobbits, as he has promised, by a safe ways into the land of shadow, or shall he lead them to destruction and then reunite himself with Voices Gate and the Library of Whispers, and today I'm going to finish reading this book, The Lord of the Rings, The Return of the King, the visual companion. It's the official illustrated movie companion book. And we were up to this chapter, The Ring Quest, Minas Morgul. That accursed valley passed into evil a very long time ago. Minas Ithil, the Tower of the Moon, was once the fortress city of Isildur, son of Elendil. It was built high in an upland valley beneath the mountains of Shadow, on the road which runs south out of the fir lands of Ithilien, and in its day it was a city both beautiful and bright, and the moon lit its inner courts with a wondrous silver light. But in the early part of the Third Age, the Tower of the Moon was lost to Sauron's forces and became the lair of the Nazgul, the 9 ring wraiths, and then it became known as Minas Morgul, the Tower of Black Sorcery. Now it has the radiance of corpse light, a faint, ailing, noisome green, and in its walls and towers windows show like countless holes, all looking inward to emptiness and ruin. A road leads out of the dead city, crossing a bridge adorned with the carved forms of people and beasts, all of them loathsome and corrupt. Beneath the bridge, the water steams with vile and poisonous fumes, and all about the meads on either side of the stream, luminous white flowers glow with an eerie, charnel beauty. It is a grim and unnerving place, even without the shrieking presence of the Nazgul or the vast army of orcs which issues from its cavernous doors. The Pass of Cirith Ungol. A near vertical stairway has been cut into the sheer rock which leads upward from the gate of Minas Morgul into the dizzying heights above, and up to the only pass which leads through the mountains of Shadow. The pass is guarded by the Tower of Cirith Ungol, and the way is perilous, not only because the stairs are treacherous and the tower manned by vicious orcs, but for the unseen horror which gives both pass and tower their name. Did the hobbits but know it? Up the stairs, Gollum leads Frodo and Sam. The steps are worn and smooth, narrow and unevenly spaced. Some are already broken or crack if a foot is set upon them. They are so great and so steep that the hobbits, smaller creatures than this stairway was first made for, climb them as if climbing an endless ladder. A ladder which stretches for 2,000 feet from the valley floor into the mists above. It is hard not to look down, hard to ignore the chill void at their heels, which beckons every misstep, but still Gollum clambers upward, and all they can do is follow. At the top of the ridge lies the Tower of Cirith Ungol, a great 3-tiered watchtower and fortress now garrisoned by orcs from both Barad-dur and Minas Morgul. As the hobbits climb, they can see the tower silhouetted in the cleft between the mountains, guarding the way both in and out of Mordor. Beyond it, far out on the plain of Gorgoroth, lies Barad-dur, with its iron crown and lidless eye, the dull red light which can be spied through the cleft Sam would never have considered himself brave or any sort of hero. He was always quite content with his lot, could not even raise the nerve to ask lovely Rosie Cotton for a dance. But now he has stayed with the elves in Rivendell and Lothlorien, travelled through the legendary mines of Moria, traversed meres and mountains, seen Olifants and ruined cities, fought black riders and cave trolls, orcs and urukai. But in all those matters he had little or no choice. His duty was to Frodo, and he followed blindly, even facing the most appalling monster he has ever encountered so far, with her many knobbed and steely legs, her vile clusters of eyes and wicked mandibles, her vast bloated body and venomous claws, is not his greatest test, for the rage that surges up inside him when he sees what she has done to his beloved Frodo overtakes all reason. No, the most severe test of his extraordinary courage has yet to come. I have something to do before the end. I must see it through. When he thinks his master dead, and that all is lost, nothing would be so easy as to give up, to succumb to despair, to flee that awful place, and somehow make his way back to the Shire, alone and grieving. But the great task still remains, and if Sam will not carry it through, there is no one left alive who can. It is a brave decision to take the ring, and in doing so, Sam saves the entire quest. If he had not, the orcs would have scavenged it from Frodo's body and taken it to Sauron, and shadow would have fallen over all the world. He may berate himself for believing his master dead, amidst all the horror and the carnage, when he is merely poisoned and paralysed, but this error and his courage have turned back a tide of evil. Among the orcs. In the midst of hostile territory, surrounded by thousands of orcs, and with the lidless eye searching constantly for the hobbit who bears the One Ring, Frodo and Sam are faced by a dilemma as they make their escape from the Tower of Cirith Ungol and their entry into the Land of Shadow, for Frodo's garments and belongings have been appropriated and squabbled over by the Tower guards, and Sam has only his cloak to spare. But some of the orcs who garrisoned the tower are very little taller than the two hobbits, and so, although they may be disgusted by the rank stench of the enemy, soldiers and appalled at having to scavenge raiment from the dead, closer Sam and Frodo approach, dragging their desperate, weary feet ever onward. The more violent and hellish their surroundings become. Red heat hisses out of fissures. Everywhere the rocks are jagged and razor-sharp. Choking volcanic ash blankets the land. Terrifying red lightning forks across the sky. For these Shire folk, used to the soft greens and blues of a gentle rain-washed rural landscape, with its rolling pastures and flower-filled meadows, its mill ponds and woodlands, it must look like the very end of the world. With the ring burdening him ever more cruelly, by the time they reach the foot of the mountain, Frodo will be reduced to crawling on his hands and knees. Thousands of feet above them, the volcano towers, its summit wreathed in fiery cloud. Even for two strong, able-bodied men, the climb would be a feat. For two exhausted and traumatized hobbits at the very end of their resources, both physical and mental, it represents what appears as impossible task. Far, far above is the stone doorway of the Samath Nor, which leads into the Crag of Doom, that great lava-filled chasm in which Sauron first forged the One Ring, and the only place in all the world where it and all its evil can be unmade. Yet all this remains shrouded to them, as to the third creature which toils up this grim and vertiginous slope. Wicked Baggins mustn't go that way, mustn't hurt Precious. Frodo's choice. Destroy it now, throw it into the fire. Never has any mortal in possession of a ring of power relinquished it willingly. Even the lesser rings have claimed the essence of their wearers, reducing them to monstrous wraiths, incorporeal in the world they wish to rule, their souls bound to the service of the Dark Lord, who seduced them with lies and then enslaved them. But the One Ring, the ring which rules all other rings of power, has an evil force, all of its own, and contains a large part of Sauron's dark magic. Isildur, son of Elendil, king of Gondor, struck the One Ring from Sauron's hand and cast him down in the battle which ended the Second Age of Middle-earth. But when he climbed Mount Doom to destroy the artifact, as urged by Lord Elrond of the Elves, his will failed him, and he kept the ring, to his own undoing, a failure which led to the fall of his line and hundreds of years later to the War of the Ring. Bilbo Baggins found it most difficult and painful to lose the ring, and aged as soon as it left him. Gandalf felt its presence, and for all his might and law, dared not touch the One Ring for fear of the corruption it might work upon him. Galadriel, the Lady of the Golden Wood, who already held Nenya, one of the three rings forged for the elves, had the chance to take the ruling ring from Frodo in Lothlorien, but would not accept it, for knowledge that it would render her most terrible. Boromir fell beneath its spell, and would have taken it as his own. His brother Faramir proved stronger, but their father Denethor craved the power it represented. But of all things, it is the